you. All right, good morning, everybody. If we can just do a round of applause for our drummers, please. That was really nice to start to us. Thank you, Chris Chatchum. For those that don't know me, I'm Brock Dean. I'm with the Northwest Indigenous Council. I'm host of today's symposium. I have a few housekeeping things for us to go through before we get deep into our conversations and our event. So first of all, thank you for joining us here in Coast Salish territory. We're glad we're able to actually do this event in our longhouse, our urban longhouse here at 312 Main. And we also just like to thank everyone for coming out and, and your patience with us today. We really wanted to make sure this event really reflected the grassrootsness of our organizations and all the work that's happening in the urban Indigenous communities. We could have done this at a downtown hotel where you have the sterile walls and you have the excessive food that goes to waste, but we chose to have our event here at 312. As also just as a connecting us right into the community. As we walk out these doors, I'm sure you all saw it as you come in, it's a reminder that things aren't working and we need to do something about it. So that's why we're so grateful for you to be joining us here today. I will go over a couple housekeeping things just to make sure we can all enjoy today's space. Washrooms are through this door behind here. They're genderless, so there's just individual stalls. So there's washrooms back there. There's a water bottle fill station back there too if you want to fill up a water bottle. Right behind me, I'm sure everyone has seen it, it's the coffee and tea stations. There is another coffee and tea station in our breakout rooms, which will be in this afternoon. We'll point them out when we go out there. There are snacks, they're out. Please feel free at any point today to load up. We want to make sure everyone's blood sugar stays healthy and good and everyone stays nourished, so there's always food out. If there is an emergency, there won't be, but if there is an emergency, our muster point is outside these doors, so we'll go through the main doors that we came in out there, and then there's a fire hall just down the street, so that's our muster point in case of any emergency as well. Behind me, if you didn't see it, there's a table full of t-shirts. These are gifts. Please take what you need and what you want to give out. They're all branded for us, so it's only better if more people have them. When they're sitting on a table, it doesn't do that much good. So please grab a t-shirt too today. And I'm thinking, Scott, I'm looking to you. Is there anything else I'm missing for housekeeping? No? Okay, so I am happy to introduce a good friend of mine, a colleague, Janice Brooks, who will be our facilitator for the next 2 days. And I will say Kukshem in advance, Janice, for all your work. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone feeling today? How's our energy? Good. Thank you to the drum group for starting us off that way. That's a beautiful reminder for me to be here, to be present, to be grounded. I'm very thankful to be here as your facilitator for these 2 days. On my mother's side, my family comes from Stalis and Squamish. On my father's side, of mixed European ancestry. So I have lived my life as an urban Indigenous woman and walk all the time in two worlds. I am so grateful that this type of work is happening on self-determination. I'm grateful for the leadership that NWIC and CAP take when it comes to urban Indigenous issues and being sure that we have representation. I'm really looking forward to the conversation that will come over the next 2 days. So to just let you know a little bit about how this will go, we have this set up with panelists. So we'll have some discussion here in this open area where you get to sit and listen. We will then be able to move into a space behind you where we've got some breakout tables set up. So you'll be able to go and sit with a group where you feel comfortable, whether that's with a different organization to learn from others, with people that you work with to connect on your specific issues, and we'll have facilitators to walk you through some discussion questions. So that will allow you after each panel to digest, to reflect, and to talk about what those specific questions and issues mean to you. We also have a general breakout set up with some bigger questions. These are sort of 2-day discussions, the things that will be themes that go throughout the discussions and the panels. So there's some Post-it notes, there's some opportunities for you to share your thoughts on the wall. We want to be sure that you have a chance to provide input and feedback and reflection in the ways that work for you and at a time that works for you. So if you're a person that would like to take these questions home overnight and think about it, by all means, please do. Share that with us in writing, however it works. In the back room, we also have a really beautiful blank wall with some eagles. There are feathers printed and cut out, which are on the tables. And what we would like to do is create a visual representation of a vision for urban self-determination. So we are asking that throughout the 2 days, at some point, you take a feather or 2 or 5, you write a word or a phrase that talks about your vision for what urban self-determination looks like. And we'll ask that you put that on the wall. That will give us another visual and a very strong story to tell about what that looks like for all of the participants here. So with that, I would like to take a pause and invite Scott up to say some opening remarks.
I need that thing.
You need that? Okay.
Yeah. However this thing.
It rolls easily.
Grab your money. Scott's
I'll take the money, don't worry about that.
We can use it forward. Okay.
Thank you, Janice. And I too want to welcome all the folks here. I really hope you guys get a chance, and gals, to talk to each other, know who you are. We have some incredible people that are sitting amongst you right now from many different areas through what we now call British Columbia and, of course, Canada. So I really hope you take an opportunity to meet the folks sitting beside you and elsewhere, and learn what our common issues and our struggles are and what people are doing in different areas of what we call Canada, British Columbia. I have a PowerPoint that I am trying to get ready for you right now. I'm not posting it up here, which is great. That means I can say almost anything I want because you don't have it. But we will be sending out all the information that we receive from you, as well as these PowerPoints, so that you have the full array of information that we've gathered. In addition to that, this process is now being live streamed on, I don't know what it is, but it's on something. And so everything that you say, everything that you write down, everything that you put on the walls will all be encapsulated into a report that we will be taking throughout British Columbia, Canada, the United Nations. And I want you to know that, because the walls in front of us, the walls of colonialism that we're confronted with, are just massive, getting thicker, getting higher, getting wider. And so this is the first of many events where we're bringing together those rich, diverse Indigenous folks and the common agenda which we have, and that is our inherent rights to self-determination. Our rights to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, all 46 articles. Our rights to freedom from colonialism so that our children, our youth, and our families can live a full, robust life of choice on behalf of their tribal identity and their identity as an Indigenous person living off the reserves in Canada. So with that, I got a great PowerPoint, looks great. I've already welcomed you all. I do want to make a special mention because we have two national leaders here today, which I'm really pleased to have. And Elmer, if you could raise your hand, we have the National Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. So very happy that you could make it, Elmer. And very, very pleased to have Damon Johnson here. Put your hand up. He's the new president of the, I can't say it, but it's a new National Urban Indigenous Collective. And so I'm really pleased that you two have made it here, because 80% of the Indigenous populations live off reserve. 50% of that population are living in the large urban centers across colonial Canada. The largest, actually now the second largest reservation of Indians are right here in Vancouver. The newest, largest population is actually in Surrey, because our people are being pushed out of Vancouver and are barely surviving out in Surrey right now. But we can see this in every large urban metropolis across Canada, and the conditions that our peoples are facing are getting worse. And I will talk about that a little bit in this PowerPoint. So as you've heard, the purpose of this two-day symposium is to deepen the dialogue with urban Indigenous peoples and communities, First Nations, and governments about implementing the right to self-determination in the urban context. I was here 35 years ago and about 50 pounds lighter ago starting this, not knowing what I was just thrown into the pit. And I can tell you that over that 35 years and probably 50 pounds, I have seen starts and stops with all levels of government. And while I've been witnessing this firsthand with the statistics, the data, here we are again. And my children, I'm teaching my children, all three of my sons. There are patterns, they're historical, they're economic, they're legal, they're political, they're environmental, and that this is what they're going to inherit. If we glean nothing from this two-day symposium about what our rights are in the urban context and how they're being eroded by the federal government's distinctions-based approach. If we can do nothing more than teach our young people what the struggle looks like today, what it looked like 30 years ago, 40 years ago with that 69 white paper assimilating us into becoming Canadians. That's our job, is to build a legacy of leaders, young leaders, so that they know and they can hold all political parties and all governments of whatever stripe accountable for their ongoing ethnocide. And I mean that seriously, ethnocide. The way the governments have treated us over the last several decades and the way they're treating us today by denying us our fundamental rights to self-determination is, what is the option? What is the option that they're providing for our people? Think about that. They don't want to talk to us. They don't want to see us. They don't want to implement positive policies that we've provided them for decades. What is our option? I ask you that question seriously. When they take our 36 tribal nations on the West Coast and turn us into 204 Indian Act band councils, deriving power from the Indian Act, which was designed to destroy us. These are the challenges that we've come to know, and these are the challenges that our young people are going to inherit moving forward. So we'll capture your ideas. We will promote our rights title, and most importantly, our responsibility to take our place in the struggle. The right to self-determination in Article 3 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples state, Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status. They freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. The operative words there are freely. The Northwest Indigenous Council and many other organizations like NWIC across this country, our people choose to become members of these nonprofit societies with their own objectives, their own aims and objectives at the end, which ultimately is self-determination. I encourage everyone to understand Article 3 of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It doesn't say in the 46 articles and under Article 3, it doesn't say band councils. It doesn't say First Nations. It doesn't say Métis, and it doesn't say Inuit. It says Indigenous peoples. That's us. And the stories you're going to hear over the next couple of days, you're going to hear about how different organizations and different peoples are standing up for their rights and their title, and most importantly, their responsibility for future generations. Article 4 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, is the right to autonomy. Indigenous peoples, in exercising their right to self-determination, have the right to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs, as well as ways and means for financing their autonomous functions. That's Article 4. That applies to each and every one of us as Indigenous peoples in the borders of Canada. We have those rights. UNDRIP, I need to remind you, is a base, it's a baseline. It's at the bottom. It's our responsibility to implement those rights, advocate for those rights as a baseline moving up for the betterment of our peoples and our nations. Article 5 of the UNDRIP is full participation. Full participation in your rights. Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinct political, legal, economic, social, and cultural institutions, while retaining their right to participate fully, if they so choose, in the political, economic, social, and cultural life of the state. These are your rights. Canada adopted this, I don't even know when it was now, 2000, I don't even know. It doesn't matter really, because they excluded us. They excluded urban Indigenous peoples when they adopted CANDRIP. And where's Jessica? I can't remember the year, but it was recent enough. BC in Bill 41, when they adopted their version of UNDRIP in, they were before Canada, during the pandemic, failed to consult Indigenous peoples. Canada did it during the pandemic as well. They failed to consult Indigenous peoples. The city of Vancouver here, wanting to be the city of reconciliation, adopted UNDRIP versions of it without consulting urban Indigenous peoples. So why are all these governments doing this? How are they able to get away with adopting all this legislation, or making legislation and policy when they don't consult you? They don't recognize Article 3, 4, and 5. And this is the lived reality that we experience today. And it's up to us to unite our efforts all over Canada to organize for the full implementation, full accountability of the colonial apparatus, to ensure that our Indigenous people's rights and titles are moving forward by us, with us. British Columbia, again, time almost becomes immaterial when you do this stuff, when you live it and you breathe it all the time. But British Columbia, as I said, passed Bill 41, I don't know, it's a couple of years ago, pandemic time. They developed what they call the BC Action Plan for UNDRIP, and it called for the establishment of a provincial urban Indigenous advisory table. The development of this table will be informed by urban Indigenous leaders. Just by show of hands, how many of you are on that table? How many? Someone go look in the bathroom and see if anyone's raised their hand. No one? I was there. We got appointed there. Because I tell you, the provincial government, we sent them letters, numerous letters to the Premier, to the ministers, to our local MLA. They appointed us to that committee, and I can assure you 100%, because I participated in each and every one of those events, there was no discussion about the federal fiduciary responsibility. to all Indigenous people, status, non-status, Métis, and Inuit. There was no discussion about that. There was no discussion about the Daniels, Supreme Court of Canada, Daniels decision, which tells the state that they have the full responsibility for Indigenous peoples. There was no discussion about the increasing homeless population over the last 8 years. 45% of the homeless population in British Columbia are Indigenous peoples, 45%. There was no discussion at any of those events about that. There was no discussion there that the fact that in 2002, 33% of the children in care were Indigenous, 2002 in BC. And today, in 2023, it's 62%. There was no discussion about that ongoing theft of our children. There was no discussion there regarding the fact that the prison population, when Trudeau took government, went from 30% to 32% as of about 4 months ago, where they reported. So more of our people are going to the prisons. More of our people are ending up in the streets. More of our people are being apprehended by the state to continue the neo-residential school policies. There was no mention about the increasing number of murdered, missing men, boys, women, girls, two-spirited peoples. No mention of any of this stuff in that Urban Advisory Committee. None. And when I raised all this stuff, you can sure bet that a lot of people weren't impressed with me being in that room. Now, why is that happening today in 2023 after 8 years of sunny ways reconciliation under that federal Liberal government and that NDP coalition? How is that possible in 2023? Reconciliation isn't supposed to hurt our people. It should hurt the systems, because those systems should be changing for our people. But reconciliation is hurting our people, and there is no level of accountability, federally, provincially, or civically, by any political party in government. Even the opposition parties don't talk about the 80% of us living off the reservations. These are your rights, your responsibility. Most importantly, they're your children or your grandchildren that are feeding that industry. 7 people a day are dying in British Columbia to the opiate crisis. 7 people a day. It was recognized as a crisis, I don't know, 1,300 days ago. We don't know what the statistics are, but we suggest, or some of the data suggests, that 20% of those people dying from the opiate crisis are Indigenous. And if we know 80% of us are living off the reservations, we know it's our people, our families. Who's not touched by it? We know it. That's the BC action plan. So we're there, we're monitoring it. I think they even tried to kick me off that committee when I raised all these issues, but I'm still there. It's a pattern when you speak truth to power in systems. They don't want to hear us. That's that big wall I'm telling you about. And it, like I said, it's getting wider, it's getting thicker, wider, and higher. But these are the truths of contemporary Canadian colonialism in action. And that's why when Brock said we wanted to host this event in the downtown east side, we wanted you to come through the downtown east side. We wanted you to see our brothers and sisters, our youth, and yes, some of our children and our women that are victims of modern day urban colonialism. Because it's there for you to see if your eyes are open, your heart is open. And it's up to us to unite and work and challenge this colonialism. Getting on to where we're at today, no treaty exists between Canada and the Coast Salish peoples. None, zero. Despite the rapid growth of the urban Indigenous communities in BC and the pressing need for new forms of political representation and governance, government is narrowing down who they can talk to. We know what that looks like because they've always done that. They try to make it as narrow as possible. And they don't want to touch us because once they start talking to us, they have to start recognizing rights and responsibility and transfer of resources and building our own governments. We know that. It's as old as Canadian colonialism. There are 25 different forms of self-government agreements have been negotiated between Canada and 43 Indigenous communities today. 25. Currently, there are 50 self-government negotiation tables dealing with the structure. All this stuff is really important, but the structure of a new Indigenous government and its relationship with other governments. What does that look like when you look at federal, provincial, civic, and Indigenous authority and resourcing? What does that look like? What are those new funding agreements? The relationship between those jurisdictions, ways to promote or for programs and services, how they will be delivered. The whole model of colonial service delivery is built upon divide and conquer, competition. You are my competitor. I can't talk to you, I can't work with you because you might bid on that same contract that I want that sustains my position. That whole ethos of their request for proposal process is based on compartmentalization and division and not working in unity at every level and funding at every level. Ways to promote community and well-being through Indigenous languages, heritage, and culture, and socio-economic initiatives, and preparation for when an agreement takes place. These are the serious things that we need to be talking about systematically, structurally. Systematically, structurally. Not this group over there, or that group over there, or that group over there. It's like, how do we bring them all together? How do we support our children, our youth, our families, our elders in every neighborhood? Not a program, not a service, but a right, a fundamental human right that's covered in UNDRIP. Our urban Indigenous communities are significantly different, and I don't have to tell you this, than the on-reserve First Nations. We are so much different. You know what's a swear word out there now when you go to the national level? I call it the bubble, where all these national organizations are in Ottawa, where all the power is and all the decision-making and all the resources, and they live in a bubble. They all do. The house is on fire for us, folks. And instead of talking about that crisis that our people are facing day in, day out, 24/7, 365, year after year, generation after generation, what are they doing in Ottawa? I can tell you. I'm going there right after this event. You know what they do? They point fingers. Oh, we don't talk to that group. Or we don't talk to that group. Oh, those people over there? Oh, they're pretend Indians. This is what they do there. The house is on fire. Our rights are being eroded. But the culture of Ottawa is a culture of, it's evil. It's colonial. It's evil. The consequences that are happening to our people every day that we all know about, they're oblivious. No one's being held to account. No one. Pan-Indianism, that was the word I was trying to find. That's become a swear word in the bubble, believe it or not. I even heard, I go to the AFN gatherings, and I'm going to more and more of them now. I go to there, and they're going, oh, we don't want nothing to do with that pan-Indianism stuff. We only deal with the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. All funding has to be those three streams, not pan-Indianism. Yet, when you come to Vancouver or Winnipeg or Toronto or any large urban metropolitan area, you have pan-Indians all over the place. The new communities, the new realities, economy of scales, the infrastructure we currently have in place with our housing societies, our friendship centers, our service delivery, that is our reality. So if you're excluding pan-Indianism, you become complicit in my ethnocide. Somehow we got to crack that bubble in Ottawa. I don't have to say this, I heard it when I first got involved with politics, Indigenous politics. Where's the money? You got to go beg, eh? You got to go beg to the master. You got to beg to the master, because that's what reconciliation looks like in 2023. You got to beg the master. Can we have a little bit so we can have a meeting like this? Reconciliation, 2023. Sunny ways. Another word that doesn't that is getting lost. It wasn't lost when I first got involved in this 35 years ago, but the bubble again. The concept mobility rights. Because if you understand anything about Canadian colonialism, it's about limiting your rights to a very few who live in a very small reservation that was designed to keep us there until we died off. The feds, the province, the cities, they don't want to recognize our mobility rights, our portability rights. Yet our ancestors lived in that environment. We had trading routes all along the coast and through the Chinook trails. Our people, regardless of where you came from, you had rights where you went, wherever you went. But part of those rights also meant you have responsibility to understand the law, understand the peoples of whom territory you're on. Mobility rights. Just say that when you go to government meetings and say, yeah, we're talking about mobility rights, and they'll just they'll get pissed at you. But anyway, it doesn't matter. What they're doing to our people is unforgivable. Mobility rights. We are Indigenous wherever we go in the world. If you're a Haida wherever you are. You're Tsimshian, you're Cree, Algonquin, Mi'kmaq, it doesn't matter. Canadians enjoy mobility rights, but when it comes to us as Indigenous peoples, we're only Indian when we're on the res. And even when you're on the res, you're not a very good Indian. They're still trying to kick me out of my reserve. Like, serious. I crashed my reserve about 1.5 years ago after 75 years of oppression, being kicked out. I just moved back home. I'm there right now. And I can tell you, it's not that much better for our people on the reserves than it is for our peoples off the reserve. But that's another story for another day. The number one thing is this. You have the opportunity, we have the opportunity to hear from so many speakers that are going to talk about the good work they're doing in their given area and about how we can unite our efforts as one voice, one mind to the colonial state, not Samad. It's for our people. So these are the 5 lingering questions. You're going to get this, and I sure hope you share these 5 questions with everybody. Think systematically, structurally. The 5 questions. 1, what process or mechanism currently exists or should be created for the next steps towards self-government for urban Indigenous peoples? That's a good question. Question 2, what should be the respective roles of the federal, provincial, and the municipal jurisdictions? They're all living on stolen land. Everything that they have is based on the benefits of unceded territories or stolen lands. What are the pragmatic approaches to dealing with the diversity of urban Indigenous peoples in the urban environment? Remember, I just talked a little bit about pan-Indianism. Like, how is Winnipeg dealing with it? Like, how's Vancouver dealing with it? How's Victoria dealing with it? So forth. That's the stuff we're going to pull out. In addition to that, all the good research over the years that's already addressed these issues. Number 4 is really important. Number 4, who should be negotiating on behalf of urban Indigenous peoples? Who? You think about that one. Because I know what the government's been doing the last X number of years, say 12, 14 years. I know what they've been doing. They cherry pick their Indians or organizations, and that way they say, oh, we've addressed reconciliation with the urban environment. That's what they do. And the media lets them get away with it. Just another challenge, part of the struggle. And question number 5 is, how will financing of urban Indigenous governments be managed? How will we ensure that there's accountability and transparency? That decisions are evidence-based, that they're actually going to help our children, our youth, our families. These are questions that no one's writing it down except for Joanne, but you're going to get all these questions because it's going to get emailed out to you. 1996, the report on the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, RCAP, provided specific attention to the subject of Indigenous self-government in urban settings. The Royal Commission on Aboriginal People in 1996, at that time the most expensive Royal Commission in Canadian colonial history. 440 plus recommendations, 1996. Some people don't even know that. They don't even know that report was done. And can you guess how many of them they've implemented on behalf of the off-reserve population? Yeah, pretty well 0. Created a lot of jobs, though, for a short time. So how do we move forward? How do we move forward instead of repeating that hamster, that hamster on that wheel just spinning around while the governments continue, because they don't want to give up their authority or their resource. So we just like good Indians, we get on that little spinning thing and we just keep spinning around while our people die. So a formal process of recognition needs to be required by all levels of government. A formal process of recognition of our rights needs to be recognized. I know we have some federal folks here, we have some provincial folks, and we have some civic folks. The politicians won't show up, but at least we have some bureaucrats in the room, because they'll go back and report. And you can ask yourself, where's the NDP? Why are they not here? Provincially or federally, they're supposed to be our social justice advocates. Standards for recognizing nationhood must be flexible. Nationhood. What is a nation? What does it look like? I go home and I get in fights with my cousins. I go, my band council is not a nation. They're a band council. They got their authority from the Indian Act. It's not like a violent fight or anything like that. It's just like don't use that language. Because they're not nations. Their authority comes from band councils. Band councils come from the Indian Act. The Indian Act was built in 1876 to destroy our nations. The Haida, the Tlingit, the Tsimshian, always have a hard time saying it, Kwakwaka'wakw, Coasalish, Algonquins, Mi'kmaq. Those are nations that are deliberately being broken up. 63 of them broken up into 635 Indian Act band councils that I'm supposed to hold up and say it's a nation. When I know what the Indian Act has done to me personally, is doing to me personally, doing to my children, and every one of you know it. You all know it because it's impacted our families. We have to change the narrative. It's up to us. We have to hold up our traditional nations, our traditional leadership, what you call the hereditary chiefs. We all talk about missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls and all that stuff and all the 94 recommendations and I don't know how much they spent on that, $120 million and whatever. Almost every nation in Canada is matrilineal, matriarchal, matrilocal. The women are the bosses. The man, if you want to marry one of them, you got to go live in their village. And you better not piss them off because they'll banish you. So they bring an Indian Act in, which is patrilineal, patriarchal, patrilocal. You're destroying nations. So I don't uphold Indian Act. Most folks don't know this, but when South Africa said, we got to create an apartheid state, let's go to Canada, let's visit their Indian Act and their villages, and we'll create that in South Africa. And they did it. They're called Bantus or something like that. And then they fought against that because the world didn't like segregation, apartheid. Well, if that wasn't enough, then Israel went to South Africa. Oh, how are you guys doing that? How do you keep these people segregated over there? And then they implemented it over there. Now we got a place called West Bank and Gaza. And my heart breaks every day when I see those people that are dying, all because they want their land. And it's the same thing that the Canadian state did to us, which is what they're doing to our brothers and sisters in Palestine as we speak. Canada says they're going to bring in 500,000 Palestinians from Gaza. Oh my goodness, Canada is such a progressive nation. Look, they're bringing in 500,000 Palestinians. What they're really doing is they want to clear out Gaza and then take over their lands and create more reserves. Their struggle is our struggle. Don't forget, colonialism hasn't stopped. There's a concept called post-colonial. I don't know, anyone ever heard that, post-colonial, besides me? I was like, what the heck? Actually, I didn't say, I said WTF. When did colonialism stop? It just reconstitutes itself. So, capacity building, jurisdictional issues, preparatory steps for systems change, rebuilding our nations, reclaiming our citizens. I want to touch on that one just a little bit because it's a very hot topic today, this pretend Indian stuff. Buffy St. Marie, Judge Mary Ellen Turpel, all these famous people, all that stuff, that noise, it's coming down on you. Now we're all pointing fingers at each other. You're not as much Indian as all that crap. Well, we're all doing that. Our rights are being eroded over here. 100%. Don't play that game. Each tribal nation has its own laws for identifying who their citizens are. I didn't say band councils, I said tribal nations. They all have adoption, they all have marriage, they all have this. We need to revive that law. A new federal machinery of government is required to avoid the Indian Act regime. We have to create our own stories, our own narratives that benefits our people here today and for future generations. Those are not empty words. Models of representation are being overshadowed by policies concerning service delivery. The whole shebang in the bubble of Ottawa is we're going to recognize these Indians. We're going to redeem our way of 150 years of colonialism. We are going to be a progressive nation on the world stage. Justin Trudeau's Sunny Ways Reconciliation. You heard this stuff. I'm not making it up. But what they're really doing? There's 4 pillars. I don't know them all right now, but one of them is 10-year fiscal arrangements. The second one is the Indian Land Management Act, turning reserves into fee simple title. The third one is I don't know, and the fourth one I don't know, but it all works together. So they're talking about service delivery over here, Meanwhile, they're violating our sovereign title and rights that are protected by their own Supreme Court of Canada decisions that they never honor. We have to change the narrative. The federal government has negotiated 120 urban reserves across Canada, but has not concluded any self-government agreement with urban Indigenous communities. The expansion of the Indian Act regime into urban areas is not an answer to urban Indigenous self-government. Do not be fooled. How many of you want to become part of an Indian Act self-government arrangement in the city? Can anyone put their hand up? Anyone? That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Termination agreements. Extinguish your nations, extinguish your mobility rights, extinguish your rights to be free from colonialism, and your children and your grandchildren. The distinctions-based approach of the federal and BC governments has undermined the urban Indigenous struggle for self-determination. I don't go all over the province, but I've been traveling quite a bit in Vancouver Island and Vancouver and doing these events, and I asked the audience, I said, how many of you have heard of distinctions-based approach? Many times, I'm not saying once or twice, I'm saying like 20 times. Distinctions-based approach. I honestly, maybe one or two people have put their hand up. All this stuff is being done by stealth. Keep us down. And while they got us down being victims, while they got us down just trying to get food on our table for our kids, all this stuff is happening. And we can see it if you open your eyes. The feds can see it too, by the way. We're starting to wake up. We're no closer to urban Indigenous self-government than we were in 1996, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People. I had Damon here in 1996 talking about urban Indigenous self-government from Winnipeg. Vancouver, we had urban and the Vancouver Aboriginal Council, now we have the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Director. We're no closer. Remember that hamster wheel? That's what they got us. Keep doing that. We keep doing it. Einstein's quote, what's that sign of madness is doing the same thing over and over and expecting to get different results. That's what we're on. We need to change that narrative. New thinking will be required, and this symposium is providing us an opportunity to refashion the dialogue and introduce some different and contrasting viewpoints into the discussion about urban Indigenous self-government. That's why we're here, folks. We want to hear what's going on elsewhere. We want you to be bold. I remember that conference we had back in, I think it was 96. Damon, you said it, Damon. You said you get out there and you put that stick in the ground. That's self-determination, and then you work around that. You said that. I was there. I got Charles as my witness, and I never forgot that. That's what we have to do. We don't wait for our colonizer to be nice to us. Right? We don't wait. We just do it. Self-government, self-determination begins with us. So with all that, folks, I said a lot. I put my hands up to each and every one of you for sharing this time and space with us over the next couple of days. Please get your words out. Be bold. Be brave. Think big. And everything that's going to happen here is going to get encapsulated into a wicked policy document that every member of parliament, every MLA in this province will see it, every city council, because as my young friend in the back there says, who you'll hear from, Edgar Villanueva Cruz, Teltan, he says, if you're delaying my rights, this is our youth, he says, if you're delaying my rights, then you're denying my rights. And we have to change that narrative. So, Haichka OCM.
Cookshem Scott. I apologize to everyone in the room. In my panic this morning of going through everything and making sure everyone was safe and fine, I forgot to bring up our elder, Grandma Osa, to do our welcome there. And so I'm going to ask Grandma to come up now and start us off with some opening words and prayer for us. Do you want this, or do you want me to take it?
That's my coffee table.
Your coffee too? Okay.
So, wow. This is awesome. This is awesome to see so many people here. So I want to say, thank you to the Creator for this day, for giving us the courage and the strength to do the work that we have to do. We thank you, Creator, for everything, including the powerful words that were just shared. I just want to give a moment for, all the people who are right now in a fight, to get their rights back. They're in the fight right now, even to save their own lives. So, Creator, hear our prayers as we gather today. I want to remember our brothers and our sisters of the streets here. Wrap them in a blanket full of love. Remember our families that are struggling. This is what we're here for today, is to give voice, come together. We're creating this rainbow nation. So it's a short prayer, a prayer of silence. There we go. Haichkasiam. Where's, there you are. Yeah.
Thank you, Grandma Osa. Okay, I would like to invite up our first panelists. So we do have one participant today who has had a travel incident and is currently stuck en route. So if time allows, what we'll do is take a few questions to encourage some more dialogue from participants here on this first panel. But we'll start by inviting up Michelle George and Damon Johnson. So the first panel today, the discussion that our participants will get into, is around the models of governance and the roles of urban coalitions. So the purpose is really to discuss what is the role of urban Indigenous organizations and agencies when it comes to self-determination. Looking at questions like, should governance be organized around specific sectors like housing or training? Should it be built on a coalition model? Is there something new that's needed to make self-determination an effective reality? So I'll introduce our panelists. So Michelle George is the CEO of Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council, MAVAC, and is a member of the Squamish Nation. And Damon Johnson is from the Fort William First Nation in Thunder Bay, Ontario. Damon is president of the Winnipeg Aboriginal Centre, active in the National Urban Indigenous Coalition Council, and has been an advocate for and within the Aboriginal community for over 25 years. Damon was born in Winnipeg. You've got your microphones, wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Great. So we'll start out, and Damon, if you want to maybe speak to, is the existing system of agencies and coalitions sufficient for self-determination, or do you feel that new or different structures could also be needed?
Good morning, everyone. First off, I want to thank nations here, the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. I learned yesterday, and I attended a meeting with the city of Vancouver in the evening on UNDRIP, and I learned how to say Tsleil-Waututh properly. Well, I was saying Tsleil-Waututh before. The elder corrected us last night. He said, we're not teeth, or tooth. Anyways, and then I wanted to say special thanks to Scott. It's been a long time since I've heard anybody really go to the truth about our treatment in Canada and by Canada. And I think Scott's like me. Sometimes you feel on the outside looking in because there's so many of us that are afraid of the truth. Many of you may be aware that right now we're possibly living in one of the most dangerous times of our existence, being a neighbor to the United States and a person there that hopes to turn that country into a dictatorship. It's very scary because I'm 76 years old and in November, and I've never seen anything like that or heard anything like that in my life. And really what's at the core of it is white supremacy and retaining control of the United States and really the world, because it's an old thing. I don't know how many of you ever watched a famous two-part documentary called Exterminate All the Brutes. If you haven't, you need to watch that. I did. It was on Crave, and I think they'll show it again. And it's just so powerful because it truly exposes the truth about the treatment of Indigenous, Black, people of color in the world since time, beginning, yeah. And it's painful to watch because there's a powerful part of it that talks about Native Americans and how they were treated by the American government, the Indian Wars, all of those things. And so then you look at numbers. So in North America, 50 million Indigenous persons died from disease with the coming of the settlers, smallpox, all that stuff. And then another 12 million Native Americans were killed by Americans. Yeah, so slaughtered. So that's 2 times the number for the Jewish community in the Holocaust. So truth is painful for everyone. And most people don't want to hear the truth. They just want their own truth reinforced. It's unfortunate, but it's a fact, and but it can be changed. And so as Indigenous peoples, we can never give up hope, give up our hope that we can make this a better country. Yeah, we can't give up on that. And I think I've spent all of my life trying to do that. I know Scott is still doing it too, and me. And I think all of you would probably share that. How can we make Canada a better country? And it's really about our participation. And each of us believing that we have something to offer, regardless of where we come from, or who we are personally, whether we're poor, middle class, whatever. You can make a contribution to making your country better. And you do that by getting involved. And Scott has exposed so many truths in his presentation, and I'm so grateful for that. And we don't have the time today to do justice to this subject matter. And CAP is here, the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, and I'm really pleased that they're here because I was involved with CAP when it was NCC for many years. And it was the first Indigenous political organization in Canada back in the 60s. And at that time, we were all under one roof. And then the government saw that we were coming together, and they had to break us up. So they went to the leaders and they made an offer of money to start their own organizations. So the Indigenous Brotherhood, Indian Brotherhood was created, which became AFN, right? And so, you know, that's, again, the truth in our history. And so the last thing the government of Canada, or any government of Canada, wants us to be is a true collective. Because collectives are powerful. Numbers are important. And building organizations of substance is also important. And as Indigenous peoples, First Nations with status without Métis Inuit, we must, in our self-determination, recover our historic structure. We must live by our values. What's happening in the United States, what Trump is able to do in dividing Americans, is to destroy their historic values, what their American flag truly stands for. That's what's happening. When you lose your values, you lose your humanity. In my tribal structure, the Anishinaabe Nation, we have the 7 teachings. And they're in English. Love, respect, courage, humility, truth. I'm getting old now, so my memory isn't as good as it should be. Yeah, that's where the power is, and that's where our humanity is. And then there's a creature of nature that stands for each one of those teachings. So love is the eagle, and I'm wearing him on my finger. And these are the hardest things to live up to in your life. I struggle with them every day. I can look on the wall of our boardroom and see them there, and immediately I know where I've fallen down. So I have to say to myself, Damon, you're human. You made some mistakes today. Forgive yourself. Try to be better tomorrow. But even that isn't easy. You know what I mean? But if you pay attention to it, you can truly be a better person. And so I work on it every day. So I want to just touch on a couple of things quickly and reinforce what Scott said. So the first thing I want to say is, because I have been involved in Indigenous politics since the 60s, I was in the room with the first Prime Minister Trudeau when we entrenched ourselves in the Constitution, when the Métis got their seat. And Jim Sinclair stood up and looked at the Prime Minister and said, "If you don't give us a seat, we're going to court tomorrow." He had a seat the next week. And I was so pleased, because I was an elected leader in Ontario for the Ontario Métis and Non-Status Indian Association many years ago. And I knew I was a non-status Indian, not a Métis, because Métis is a cultural distinction. And they developed themselves out of being oppressed, out of being, they called themselves the forgotten people. And so I'm mixed blood, but I'm not Métis. And today I have my status. I didn't get it till I was 38 years old, right? Under the first change to the Indian Act, Bill C-31. So again, Scott is absolutely correct when he says that the source of all Indigenous misery in this country goes to the Indian Act. And again, no matter who you are, you can say something that is truthful. So I come back to President Trump, former President Trump. He has been accusing the American government, the Biden government, of weaponizing the law against him. Well, Canada did weaponize the law against Indigenous people, because in 1876, we were reduced to less than human status. We had 2 kings and 2 queens negotiate treaties, and 1 queen negotiate treaties with us. They recognized us as human beings. In 1876, Sir John A. and his crew reduced us to less than human. The reason the tax exemption is in the Indian Act is because they couldn't tax us because we weren't Canadians. We didn't get the right to vote until 1960, those of us who were on reserve. There was a pass system up till about 1947. We weren't allowed to sell goods or services to Canadians. So we weren't allowed to have an economy. And these are some of the core underpinnings of how the Indian Act was used to attack our wholeness as Indigenous people. Because the crux of it is that our model of anything is the circle, which is inclusive of everyone and anything. And their model is the pyramid. And the pyramid and the circle are as different as night and day. So we are, in truth, viewed as an enemy, as people who could possibly destroy the pyramid. And that's another truth. So the powerful methods that the Canadian state has used to oppress us, to keep us unable to, most of us, far too many of us, unable to take advantage of the opportunities that Canada has to offer people in the world. And all you have to do is look at what's happening. People come here from other parts, all other parts of the world, become Canadians. Some of them within months or within a year are in the cabinet. Because Canada cherry picks. Most of the people they bring here have credentials. They have good educations. They're bringing them here to contribute to the current state of Canada, right? To create jobs, to own companies, to invest, you know what I mean? You know? And so we have us who have lived here for thousands of years, many of us unable to take advantage of those opportunities because we're kept down. And we're kept down in so many different ways. Sometimes we're not even aware of how many different ways that we are truly attacked. So how are we going to change that? Well, there's a good side to our political activity. I just have to look back when I was a young person, a child, there was no organizations of any kind. My mother raised 4 of us on what they called welfare. And welfare at that time was way different than what EIA is today. Very different. And my mother had no one to go to for help. No organizations. So the truth about the urban settings in Canada is that those of us who, you know, I was born off reserve, so I spent all my life off reserve. And I've got involved in urban communities as soon as I moved to different urban communities. So when I came here to Vancouver in 2005, I was retired from the city of Winnipeg, and within 6 months I was bored. So I had friends locally, Marcel Swain, others. I reached out to them, I told them, you know, I'd like to go to work. Well, I got a job as the ED of the Friendship Center in Vancouver. And I did that for all of 10 months. And I was able to make a few things happen. I helped to establish their relationship with the city of Vancouver, which has produced some opportunity for them to grow and strengthen themselves. But I quickly realized when I began to understand the nations in British Columbia, how there were some differences between me as an Anishinaabe person and themselves. And I quickly realized that it wasn't really right for me to be leading the Friendship Center here, that it should be led by a local person. And so Susan Tatouche took over from me. Amazing, like she's still there, right? Yeah. And she was 72. I want to tell her age, but yeah, and she's still there. So these are amazing stories, and the urban experience has been one of a powerful growing of individuals, families, and community, in spite of almost having nothing to work with when we first started. So in Winnipeg, there was organizations before then, but in 1958, they organized the Indian and Métis Friendship Center in Winnipeg. And it was arguably one of the first friendship centers in Canada. And today, over almost 70 years later, we have 32 urban Indigenous organizations that have formed the Winnipeg Indigenous Executive Circle, the model which I took from Vancouver, from MBAC, yeah, when I was here, and helped to establish WIAC in Winnipeg. And I'm so pleased because it's grown beyond my expectations. And it's powerful. We see now every day we're learning how to truly work together, how in that work benefit each other, truly benefit our community in better ways, because it creates a space where we learn from each other every time we meet. We find ways to create economies of scale. How many people know what that means, economies of scale? It means simply learning how to make your resources stretch further by working together. You save money because you don't duplicate. You don't have conflict with each other, because in that shared table, we decide which organization is best to apply for money A, B, C, or D. And then we don't compete for it. We write letters of support for the organization that we've decided should get that money and can use that money most wisely for the benefit of that broader community. So that's the power in collectivity. I just shared with my two friends from CAP that we in Winnipeg have the only Indigenous credit union in all of Canada. The only Indigenous credit union in all of Canada. And I just stepped down from the board of that credit union. And you may not have seen a debit card like this. Right? It's got teepees on it. And it's powerful because credit unions are way different than banks. The credit union is owned by its members. So I'm a member of the credit union in Winnipeg. It's called Median. It comes from the melding of Métis and Indian. Because again, in Winnipeg, in the whole history of developing charitable not-for-profit organizations, they were all, most of them, almost 100% of them, developed by a mix of Métis and Indigenous person and First Nations persons working together. Yeah. So again, nothing's more real than demonstrating what you can do when you break down barriers between ourselves as human beings. And that's the way I see myself first and foremost, as a human being. Because in 1876, I was reduced to less than. And only human beings are recognized as having rights. But again, some human beings still less than others, as Scott pointed out. Because again, in the system based in the pyramid, most of the wealth is by design going to the top of the pyramid, the people on top. So, and there was a famous phrase coined many years ago called trickle-down economics. Well, when you're in the bottom, there's not much trickling going on. You know, you're getting next to nothing. So we live in a country called Canada that still has some of the greatest supply of natural resources left in the world, left on planet Earth, because we are the second largest country by size in the world. But we have one of the smallest populations of any country in the world. We're only over 40 million people. The United States is over 300, almost 400 million. So again, numbers are very important in everything we do. So coming together as urban Indigenous peoples is powerful because of the numbers. And again, Scott referenced some statistics in his presentation. So in Winnipeg, the Stats Canada number for the number of Indigenous persons living in that city, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, is 102,000. Well, again, because I'm the co-chair of the National Urban Indigenous Coalitions, and I have the privilege of being able to visit other urban communities in Canada, I get a bird's eye view of what's happening across the country. But I also get to talk to individuals, leaders in those different cities, and again, I get to learn from them. And I get to understand in a real way the differences between Winnipeg, Toronto, Halifax, Vancouver, Victoria, wherever. And it's knowing some of those differences that enable me to see what's working over there that I can bring to Winnipeg, bring back to Winnipeg, and maybe tweak it a bit and make it work for us. So I don't have to spend a lot of time trying to figure it all out. They tell me. So, for example, in Ontario and in Toronto, the communities in all of the major cities in Ontario have done these studies called Our Health Counts. So they did Our Health Counts Toronto, and I have that study on my computer, and I've gone through it. And it tells me all kinds of fascinating information about the Indigenous community in Toronto. But also one of the things that study exposed was that the 70,000 total number of Indigenous persons living in Toronto is not correct. It's actually 2 to 4 times larger. So it's anywhere from 140,000 to 280,000 Indigenous persons living in Toronto. Now those numbers are important because governments allocate funding on the basis of population numbers. So they're selling us short by undercounting us. And we worked with the famous Dr. Janet Smiley and her team from the Wellness Institute in Ontario, and now we've got Our Health Count Winnipeg happening as I speak. So we will complete that study next year, and then we will have a better number for a true number of how many Indigenous persons are living in Winnipeg. And right now it's 102,000, but it could be 204, and it could be 400. And that's critical. Now, Scott mentioned self-determination, self-government. These are some of the most powerful words in human existence, because self-determination applies to collectives. It also applies to you as an individual. Your life is a part of your self-determination. It is your self-determination. And what your life looks like right now can be very different even next year, even next month. Because, for example, I could be just a recent graduate of Simon Fraser or UBC, and I get my first job. Well, my first job is a huge change in my life. In particular, if it's a living wage job. So I go from living on student assistance or EIA or whatever, and all of a sudden, I'm making 60, 70, 80, 100,000 a year. Yeah. And that decision to go to school or to go back to school was my decision. And I made that decision in my life in 1968 when I left the Royal Canadian Navy. I left the Royal Canadian Navy. I signed up for 5 years. I only did 2. The reason I left is because I didn't like bosses. I don't like anybody telling me what to do.
Uh-oh.
I never have, I never will. Now that's also good and bad, because as I said earlier, if you talk to other human beings, you can learn from anyone. There is nobody in this room right now that can't give me a good idea, that can't generate a better idea than I have, or you have. because that's the way it works. We have to know that, we have to understand that. And in the circle, we have to, it enables that to happen. So each of you in this room has that kind of power, and you have to know it. Because if you don't, then it has no real meaning. So Damon, who was a sexually abused child, did not self-destruct because my mother gave me the strength to become who I am today. And I come from a matriarchal society that has to be destroyed because males have dominated the world from day one. And males can be the worst human beings on the earth. And that's why women are the balance. They are the life givers. So again, self-determination for Indigenous peoples, we have to recover the role of women. And we have to ensure that they are able to help us be better. Excuse me, I've learned in my short life that how true that is. So in this room today, we may not know it, but we may have the beginnings of a better future for all of us. Because the power in the urban Indigenous communities is based in numbers. For the first time in our history, we have thousands of Indigenous persons living in the same place. And I think each of you who participate in your organizations, who participate in your community, should be able to understand that and appreciate it. And going forward, the coalitions that we're forming now are quickly showing us the power in that model. And it's the way of the future. The artificial divisions that the Indian Act created between us are systemic barriers and come out of systemic racism. Because the Indian Act is white supremacy. And if you look at the definition of white supremacy, it is the control of one group by another. And as I said, Sir John A. was able to use law to reduce us to less than human, to put our treaties in a suspended animation for 84 years, and to take the wealth of Canada and not share almost nothing of it with us. They owe us billions, if not trillions of dollars. We should be like the sheiks in Saudi Arabia, even wealthier, because we just don't have oil in Canada. We had everything, and we still have. So the Canadian state is not sharing, even today, that wealth that was supposed to be shared with us in our treaties. Yeah, that's what the treaties truly meant, a sharing of the wealth, the GDP of this country with us. That's part of our task ahead, is to develop the ways and means of truly getting that share of Canada's wealth that is owed to us. So again, these differences that exist in our cities, in our provinces, in our territories, you have to be aware of them. So my band is a member band of the Robinson Superior Treaty. And it's one of the few treaties in Canada that has a treaty annuity escalation clause. So the Robinson Huron, our brothers and sisters in Ontario, have settled their claim for $10 to $12 billion. It's done deal. They're going to be getting the money very soon. They asked for 80 billion. They settled for 10, 12 billion. We are asking for 100 billion. We will probably settle for 15, 20. And our band, the Fort William First Nation, has already settled 3 different claims, and they gave each person, I got over $70,000 already from my band. And in the treaty annuity claim, they're expecting to be able to give each person up to possibly $100,000 each. And this is money that is owing to us because all they've been paying us over that time since since our treaty was put into play was $4 a year. So you may have heard that a band in Saskatchewan, or the band of Pine Creek in Manitoba, just settled a $205 million claim, and each of their band members will be getting up to $20,000 each. And they just had a meeting in Winnipeg to approve that dispersion this week. And then my partner, she's a member of that band, Pine Creek Band. So,
Damon, sorry if I can. I just do want to be.
Yeah, I'm going to sorry. I get carried away. Don't give me a mic. But I'm just like you.
I'm not telling you what to do, just asking.
No. So, and actually, I offered Michelle the mic first because she is a woman and I honor her. So I'll shut up now for a few minutes. Please say something, Michelle.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle George. My ancestral name is Yatultanalt. My mother is from the Squamish Nation. My father is non-Indigenous. I've been raised in the Squamish Nation. I've worked for the last 30 years in urban Indigenous community here in Vancouver. Last 3 years with MVAC, Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council. And as Damon was saying, we're a collective of 24 urban Indigenous organizations here in Vancouver. And we've been in existence since, I should have my notes, but I just came and I'm freestyling it here, since 2007, I believe. And I just, I love listening to Damon speak as well. We sit together at Newick as well. And, I want to share with you that I think that's one of the most important things is knowing our history and really knowing the work that's been done to date and where we come from. And, I always tell my children, I have 4 children, by the way, they're all grown, from 23 to 36. And I tell my kids, don't ever ask for permission to be who you are. You don't need anyone's permission to be who you are. You know who you are, and you don't need permission in this world. And I grew up in politics here in British Columbia. My mother worked for the BC Union of Indian Chiefs, and I witnessed the work that went into preparing for the changes to the Canadian Constitution in 1981 firsthand. Talk about being matriarch society. I can't even tell you the countless times I got in the car with my mother and 3 or 4 other women, and we drove from community to community, with hardly any gas and maybe a little cooler with some bread and bologna. And we drove and we spoke to, probably by the time I was 15, I've been to almost all 200 communities in British Columbia. And I know for sure our strength is each other and ourselves. And I know if we are going to make these changes, it has to be together. And, I appreciate everything that Scott and Damon said. And, I think the one thing is that the government keeps urban Indigenous people in programs and services. And there is not a will or a willingness or a sincere effort, regardless of UNDRIP, Truth and Reconciliation. There is no genuine or sincere intention of letting us govern, you know. And I've thought to myself, you know, like I said, I think our strength is in our culture, and our culture is about us being rich together, about us sharing our resources, about us having common values, common goals. And so one of the things that I've been working on at MVAC for the last year and a half or so, and it's not going as quickly as I want it to, is I've met with all our member organizations. All our member organizations were invited. Not everyone showed up, but in April. And we met to discuss the concept of our urban Indigenous coalition having an agreement with the 3 host nations. Because I think that if we're going to keep asking the government to have a better relationship with us, it's not going to happen. And I think we need to work together to have a better relationship with each other in order to reduce that divide and conquer. You know, if I have the 3 host nations on side with my urban organizations saying, we acknowledge and recognize their expertise in these areas, we acknowledge the urban Indigenous communities' ability to manage these, you know, the things that we're doing, you know, and to know we know our own people, you know. And I think that that's just one of the things that we're working on. And it's just really, you know, I obviously, like Scott says, it's almost like a hamster wheel. There's a certain degree to which I have to communicate and work with the levels of government, the City of Vancouver, the province, the federal government. And I always tell them, you know, first thing I say is, you need to fund me. You know, if you want me to tell you how to do your job, you better make sure I have enough resources to support you in achieving this, what we call UNDRIP. At this point, I'm a little pessimistic about it. I feel like it is just another tool to oppress us. It's another distraction for what we know and we've been saying needs to be done, you know, I'm sure for the last 120 years. And, you know, I've had the privilege, actually, of growing up on reserve. I grew up on the North Shore, the village of Oslahan, and I had the, you know, benefit of knowing my family. I know my family as far back as 12 generations. You know, I know all the names of my family for the last 12 generations, and, you know, and I know that's a real privilege. I know that's not something everyone's had the opportunity to know, and it actually, you know, really breaks my heart. And I think that that's one of the biggest, you know, systematic injustices, is just how do you break a people, is, you know, having them not know who they are, right? And I'm not saying that it was easy, because we've suffered from, you know, all the same things, colonization and oppression from residential school. I just lost one of my mom's last siblings. There was 5 of them, and now there's none. And I'm 58 years old. I don't have any aunts or uncles or parents or grandparents. And my uncle, the last one who just passed, he shared with me, you know, he didn't meet his 2 older siblings until he was 16, because they went away to Kamloops Residential School when they were 4 years old. And he didn't even know his siblings. And also that just really breaks my heart, you know, to grow up in a world where you don't get to have that family support, you know, that family unit. And so, you know, when I try my best, you know, I believe in engagement. I don't think it's about my opinion. I don't think it's about me setting any direction. I think it's about doing that engagement work with our communities and our people who live this experience and moving forward together. And, I think about, I see this poster quite often, and I think about it a lot. In different organizations, they have this poster of a canoe, and they say paddling forward together. And as a person who I've canoe pulled since I was 15, I always kind of look at that poster and almost laugh because, and I don't mean it disrespectfully, but in anything we do as Indigenous people, that's almost the last step, is getting in the canoe and paddling together. You think about what does it take to make a canoe? Well, you have to decide, what are you going to use this canoe for? What type of water are you going to navigate this canoe through? Where are you going to find the materials to harvest this canoe? And then you have to harvest this log. Then you have to have the expertise to make the canoe. And then once we have our canoe, we train and we practice, because if you get in a canoe and you don't know how to steer it, and you don't know how to work together, you don't train, in the canoe, if just one stroke is off, if one person switches before the other, your whole canoe will tip, And so I think that there's so much that goes into, what we need to do. And sometimes we think about our ideal end result, which is obviously very important, but we need to, I think, collectively, really agree to work together. And I think that, being here in Vancouver and knowing the diverse backgrounds of Indigenous people that have come to call this home, I had asked to meet with the political committee with the city and the 3 host nations, and they didn't want to let me meet with them. They were trying to say that I wasn't allowed to meet, and I pretty much said, well, that's unacceptable. I need an opportunity to be able to speak to the 3 host nations committee talking about the task force for UNDRIP. And so they gave me a meeting, and it was one of the city councilors, and only 2 of the host nations showed up. Not calling anyone out here, but it was Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish who showed up, and that's understandable. We're all, very busy people. But I was able to say to my political leadership at Squamish, we're stewards of this land, and it's our obligation and our responsibility to care for the people who come to this land. And I come from a line of matriarchs, and I can say to him, and he had to listen to me, I can say to him, it's your responsibility to help caretake for our Indigenous brothers and sisters who come here. And in the early 1900s, there was a fire in the city of Vancouver, and the city was burning, and there was a lot of panic. And, my people from Squamish, they got in canoes, and they brought over as many canoes as they could, and they got people in the canoes and brought them over to the North Shore for safety. And I reminded him of that. I said, that's how our ancestors would act. That's how they'd conduct themselves. And I expect that of you, and he took a deep breath, and he said, yeah, I agree, and I think this is where we have to all have a willingness, because, our First Nations communities really struggle to, and they follow the model. Their governance model is set out by ISK, the funding they receive in First Nations community a lot of times is from ISK, and so even our First Nations communities are still governing themselves under that oppressive model, and they're, I think, really struggling to find ways to do things differently as well. But I think I'll leave it at that. I know you have questions.
Thank you. Well, thank you both for sharing. those were such powerful, powerful stories to share, and I really appreciate the reminder of all of the work that has been done to get us to where we are today. I think, especially as this work continues, it's important that we look back and learn from those lessons and ensure that we're guiding ourselves forward and work to build off of what's already been done. I also was really appreciative of that reminder. Shared values are one of our greatest powers. And in the face of divide and conquer and all of the policies and all of the processes that are really saying, go fight over these little buckets, we still have the ability to step away from that and come back together and ground in those values. That's what will move the work forward. That's what will keep it focused on people. And I think that there's a lot of power to be brought forward. I really appreciated that don't ever ask for permission to be who you are. A lot of people like to talk about, it's really good to belong. It's awesome to feel like that. Belonging means you have to fit in. We want to look at empowering Indigenous people in urban settings to be authentic, to feel safe to be who they are, to know who they are, to be proud of that, and to have the space to connect in that, in whatever way that works for them. And as was echoed here today, to remind and empower the individual that self-determination can happen at that level, and that's what also helps to bring that collective power and energy forward. If we can empower our youth and our children and people to understand that they have a role in self-determination for themselves, that also helps to move things in a good way. So just being mindful that we had so much great information shared here. We have come time to our health break now. So we have some food, some drinks set up behind. I'd like to invite you to stop and get whatever it is that you need to be comfortable for the afternoon. And then we're going to move into the breakout room at the back. So if you can hit the washroom, grab your coffee and tea, and find a table in the back, we'll direct from there next at about 11:20. And Jessica has a gift to thank our panelists today.
What time do we meet in the room?
11:20.
confusing, but nothing really matters to me. As long as I got you, yes, I can change the way it is. We're just meant to be struggling, but nothing really matters to me. As long as I got you, I try to focus on what's right, even if it's confusing, but nothing really matters to me. As long as I got you.
Sleep Shop's answer. Well, here's the Sleep Shop's answer.
Old cock shop.
At 1:30?
Yes.
Okay. Shall I go and round up the others?
Charles is back They're doing that, I believe. Hello. Yes. Right, 3, closing tomorrow? So now that everyone's had a chance to enjoy that wonderful lunch, that nourishing meal, we'd invite you to come back into the main seating area, and we have our next panel starting at 1:30. So 2 minutes. Okay.
Native time?
If I could have our panelists for this discussion please come up to the front here, Natalie, Gina, and Mary. I don't know. Can we get mics for those ones? If I can. I need to join, sorry.
Supposed to be 3. Awesome. Thank you.
We're missing Natalie, the youth panelist from
where?
NWAC.
From NWAC?
Yeah,
Best Gina would probably, or Brock would know.
Natalie. There you are. Okay, wonderful. So,
Okay, well, good. No, take
no,
a
no,
seat.
she needs it.
Yep.
Yep, that's for you. Are you comfortable to speak first? Charles had you slotted as the first speaker.
That'll be interesting, but sure.
You're open to that? Yeah, okay. We can shift that if not. If you're good, then we'll just do brief introductions.
Actually, this was part of the conversation that we had for the other round.
Okay, folks, we have our panelists here.
I was just going to integrate into our actual panel discussion.
Charles,
I don't know where to sit, though.
that's why I'm here. Charles, sit down.
I'm guessing I'm sitting over there.
You go ahead and speak.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Okay, folks, I want to be respectful of our time here and start to move through the agenda. For those who have joined us in the main area, if you can please end your conversations and give your attention to these important people at the front of the room, please. If you're listening, put your hand up. See, we laugh at this, but it works for my 7-year-old, and it works here when we're in a group as well. So I'd love to get us into our next panel. I always need to take a moment and acknowledge and appreciate when something like this happens, because for me it's rare. If you are in the background, can you please quiet your conversations? Thank you. It's very rare that you get to see a panel or an important discussion facilitated and led by all Indigenous women. So I feel honored when I get to be part of those discussions because these opportunities don't come often for me either. So thank you to the panelists here today for stepping up for this important discussion. This panel is focused on matriarchs, women, and self-determination. So this addresses the need to ensure that Indigenous women are central to the project of self-determination. That rebuilding Indigenous communities is not just overturning colonial relations of power and domination, but also requires overturning unequal power relations that produce violence against Indigenous women. I'm very proud to introduce our panelists today. So with us, seated next to me first, is Natalie Sterling Moses, who is a youth representative for the BC Native Women's Association. Next to Natalie is Mary DeRoche, who is with Culture Saves Lives from the Dididat Nation. When I asked Mary for her bio, she said, "I ran away from work to be here." So thank you, Mary, for running away. We're glad to have you. We also are joined today by Diana Day. Oh, I'm out of order. Sorry, Gina. Gina from the Pavilion First Nation is the president of the BC Native Women's Association and the first vice president of NWAC. She holds a bachelor's and master's degree in social work and is currently a PhD student in global governance. Congratulations, that is very, very important and impressive. Her grandfather helped to establish the National Indian Brotherhood, now the AFN. We are joined by our last panelist, Diana Day, from Haudenosaunee, Oneida of the Thames, and is the founder of the Indigenous Women Rise Society based in Vancouver. Diana has been involved in the urban community for many years in many capacities, including the Pacific Association of First Nations Women, NWIC, and the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. So it goes without saying that this is an incredibly well-educated, impactful panel of women we have in front of us. And I would like to start today's discussion by inviting Natalie to share.
Just checking if that's on. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing all the different wonderful things that you do. When it comes to self-determination, I always like to start with my name. It always starts with who you are first. So, Hentla Inshquest Atil Kinteljoyeska. Hello, my name is Natalie Sterling Moses. I am Thompson Okanagan, or Intlkat Mukshinum and Insilkshin. One of the most important things to me right now that I have just recently gotten to reclaim is my traditional name. I had it since I was born, but I'd always gone by my legal English name for the sake of my own safety, for the sake of the cultural safety of the people around me. But recently I got to celebrate that by getting my traditional tattoos. My name is Atil. Based off of both the nations that I come from, it means two different things. So Atil in Intlkatmulch is a type of love, a type of kindness. In Silkshin, it is a type of moving water. It's not a river, it's not a stream, it's the act of moving, the act of change. My name, my determination of myself is to change through acts of love, change through acts of kindness, which was bestowed upon me by my own traditional language, my own traditional people. Also, when it comes to self-determination through all of our collective action, we had just gone through our exercise to write our words on the feathers. Our group came up with a bunch of different ones, but I would actually like to go through the list of all of the options that we went through and determined that through self-determination. So legislature. I grew up surrounded by policy and legislature. I am actually the granddaughter of Robert Sterling Sr., who had massive movements when it came to education, specifically with Indigenous people. He was the founder of NVIT, which was the Nicola Valley Institute of Technology. I grew up with the love of words, with the love of my people moving forward, which all of that has always inspired me to move forward with everything that I'm doing right now. Most of the action has always come from the ground up. It's always the people that we work for, the people that we serve, rather than any sort of grandeur. Representation. I see myself as an Indigenous person, as a Scalch person, but I am also a queer person, so I'm two-spirited, and I often use they, them pronouns, which is what I'm most comfortable with, but the strange thing about being queer representation and about having more than one gender representation is I am a woman when I'm with my sisters. I am a man when I rise to the masculinity that most people are afraid of in those spaces. I harmonize between the different things that people need. I am a youth. I am 22 years old, which means that I'm often the youngest person in the room when it comes to talking to the ministry, talking to the government, but also talking to my own people, which means often I'm not the person who's on this stage. I'm the person in the crowd. I'm the person taking all of my notes, and I'm listening to what is required of me, what is required of the people. So many of what we talk about is what's wrong. But when I'm standing here with everybody, I get to see all the Indigenous joy that we're bringing, all the Indigenous strength. We're past reconciliation because reconciliation is built in colonial violence. We are just building our own selves up through our own self-determination. Cultural. I was raised traditionally, which means that I went through my rites of passage from being a child to an adult. So trying to walk between both the worlds of living in a very colonialistic government society versus all the different inherent cultural teachings that I have was always difficult. And it's a challenge faced by everyone in this room. Part of self-determination, and part of that is knowing when to honor both sides, when to honor the different intersectionality, and knowing that so much of it does not actually agree with each other. So we have to claim our different forms of autonomy, and we have to claim our different forms of conflict resolution to find what our answer is. And oftentimes there is no right answer, there is just what we can agree on and move forward with. But the final word that we actually came up with together as a group was organizing. Not organization, but the individual movement towards a common goal. In order for us to actually move forward with anything, a single person needs to care about a single issue, and that itself will change one thing. But collectively, as all of us move forward, we are all focusing on those issues, and then we're all making actual change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Next, I'd like to invite Diana to share with us.
Thank you. I'm going to stand over there. Thank you. If I can get up. It's always a challenge as we age. So, thank you, Nyawanko, thank you, Nyawanko. Sangwant Diesel, one is Liro. Beautiful, beautiful day we have. Suguli, Sangwe, Suguli. Niang gets Gandut, Kalek Dinah, Kalek Diana Day. I just said that I'm very thankful to be here and that very honored to be here and to be speaking on this topic. So important, so very important. I've worked and have very much a lot of lived experience in this topic. I come from Haudenosaunee. Our people were relocated in 1840 from New York State area to Ontario, to Oneida, Ontario, which is up by the Thames River. We were relocated beside the Delaware, Muncie, Delaware, and the Chippewas of the Thames. So there's 3 communities there alongside the river. I'm the first one in my family who didn't attend residential school or day school. My parents moved to Detroit, Michigan. We left Oneida and moved to Detroit, Michigan before I started kindergarten. So my journey began in the education in Detroit. And so racism and discrimination is something that we face on a daily basis. And something that I experienced living in Detroit as well too. A very interesting situation there. So just thinking about that and how that's helped me to develop into the person that I am today. And when we moved from border town to border town. So Detroit to Buffalo to Fort Erie to Windsor. And Windsor is where I graduated from high school, and we moved there. I got involved with the Ontario Native Women's Association. They wanted a chapter in Windsor, Ontario. At that time, there was no Friendship Center at that time in Windsor, and I helped to create a Friendship Center in Windsor, Ontario, the Can-Am Indian Friendship Center. And since that time, I was 16 years old. They put me on a board. I knew nothing. They sent me to Thunder Bay to participate, and all I could do was listen. I couldn't speak because I didn't have the experience and the words to be able to share them publicly. But now I do. So there's so much things that we need to have happen in our community. My mother raised me to know that I am a North American Indian. I'm a North American Indian. We are not from Canada or the US. We were here before the borders, is what she says. We were here before the borders crossed us. We never crossed the borders crossed us. And so that's something that we need to remember and to know who we are and where we come from. And I come from a line of clan mothers. And the clan mothers, the Wolf clan, and the clan mothers would choose the chiefs from the community because they would know which men in the community were fair, were loyal, were trustworthy, were kind, were protectors. All those values that we need today. We need those today in our leaders, and we don't have it often. But we have grassroots people who have those skills and who exhibit those things. I can think about Edgar. I can think about Alan. I was going to say Alan Poe. Sorry about that, Edgar. But think about Edgar. Think about Reuben George. Think about Lee Brown. Think about those individuals that have those qualities that go beyond, that have that vision, that go beyond the nose on their face, that can see generations into the future and see what we need. There was talk about how every decision that we make needs to take into consideration seven generations because that's how it's going to be affected. So those are things we need to think about. So I wanted to make sure I made some notes because I wanted to make sure I answered the question because I have a lot to say, and I'm going to write a book, and so there'll be a lot, and you might be in it. Ha ha ha. So be careful. Yeah, so much going on. But one of the things that I've learned in all my, so let's say, oh my God, yeah, long time, many decades. And I came out here when Vancouver was celebrating its 100th birthday. And I was at Queen Elizabeth Park, and I tell this story. I was at Queen Elizabeth Park, and then the trees were small. You could see the city, the whole city skyline. And I thought to myself, wow, within 100 short years, all this came to be. In 100 short years, that's nothing. That's nothing. And think about the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people who were here for thousands and 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 thousands of years. We must remember that. Whose territory we are on. And I give thanks to them for sharing that. And I would like to see at some point the urban Indigenous community come together and to ask for permission from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to be on their territory, because that's never been done. And imagine if we had done that, if we could do that, what kind of unity we could create. I created Indigenous Women Rise, speaking of unity, because I said, in unity, Indigenous Women Rise. We rise in unity. And it takes everyone to help to lift everyone up. And so it's so important that we start to cultivate safe spaces for Indigenous women to gather, learn, and heal. And that's something that Indigenous Women Rise is doing. And we're thankful to our anonymous funder who funded us, Arming Sisters and Healing Supports. And we're able to decolonize ourselves and our organizations. That's really important to move forward. We have to lead from love. There's too much leading from fear. There's too much fear-based, too much hovering, too many silos. Everyone's got their own little silo. The communication needs to be wide open. People need to know what's happening. People need to know what's happening. People need to know how to get involved. They need to know how to get involved, and people need training as well. So I have notes here that Indigenous Women Rise Society is building capacity in our women, not only in the Lower Mainland, but straight across Turtle Island. We're almost 1 year old. We're not even 1 year old yet. And we're thankful for the funding for Arming Sisters and Healing Supports. And we've connected to over 500 Indigenous women across the country, across Turtle Island, actually. So we have a drum group that meets online Zoom. We're also, we focus on conflict resolution that was mentioned. We had an online session. We're having 3 sessions. With the first session, we had over 220 women, Indigenous women register for that. Conflict resolution, it's so important. It's so important because we have conflict every day. And there's a lot of unresolved conflict that we have that we need to work forward through. So the conflict resolution is really important. Communication is really important, and cultivating safe spaces. We're also doing lateral kindness training with Anita McPhee, responding to Indigenous specific racism. How to do that? Our people need skills and need tools to be able to combat all of the violence and the suffering that we're facing. Self-defense. We had a Winlido course happening, and we're hoping to offer that online so that we can reach many more people across the province and beyond. And much, much more. We're doing much, much more. We just got funded to do some sports activities, and we're doing yoga online Zoom right now, so people can join that wherever you are from your home. And we're going to be doing powwow Zumba as well too, getting back into that in the new year. So lots happening. So follow our website is indigenouswomenrise.ca, and our Facebook page is very active with activities coming up all the time. So what I think the role of the provincial or national groups like BC Native Women's Association and NWAC, what their roles I think is to support the work of the grassroots Indigenous women-led and managed organizations. We need Indigenous women managed and led organizations, 100%. Right now, today, we have many Indigenous women's organizations that have non-Indigenous people on their boards and also have men on their boards. And it's important that the Indigenous women's voice is heard and and lifted up. And I was on a panel last night at an event, and I was in a panel with a group of men, and the men took most of the time talking, and we only had a little bit of time for the women's voice to come out. So it's really important that we allow space and time for women to gather, learn, and heal. And that's what the Indigenous Women Rise Society is all about. So I think that the role is of the provincial and the national organizations are to support the grassroots organizations, support the women on the ground, the women who are doing the work, the women who don't receive funding, the grassroots organizations, and there are many out there, like Indigenous Women Rise. We also have the Aboriginal Women's Action Network that's been around for years. The Aboriginal Women's Action Network with Faye Blaney is responsible for that organization, and they've been doing some great advocacy work. We also have the Protecting Our Sisters organization, which is a fairly new organization as well too. So we have a lot of organizations that are doing work, mainstream organizations that have built their empires off the backs of our trauma. A lot of the organizations here in the downtown east side have built their organizations off the backs of our trauma. And I was quite surprised when I was invited to a downtown east side women's coalition meeting to talk about making change. And I was the only Indigenous woman there. I was shocked. And it was because it was organizations of executive directors of all these organizations that work in the downtown east side, and not one of them is Indigenous. And yet they provide services for our people. And it's culturally unsafe services that are being provided now. And we can think about the woman who gave birth at Main and Hastings in a porta potty a few years back because there was no culturally safe space for them to go. And I hear this over and 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 over again. And yesterday, I got a text from a woman who was down here as a personal support for a woman who was medevaced from one of the communities because she was beaten so badly. She had to be medevaced down here for support. And my friend had contacted me and said, "Where do I get support down here? Where, we need some information, we need something." And so I was thankful that I was there and able to give her something. We have the Native Court Workers and Counseling Association of BC. They did a booklet called Women Safe, and it goes through a whole lot of things of ways to keep women safe, and we posted that on our website, that booklet, and we're going to be doing workshops around that. And we're also doing, in the new year, we're going to be doing Train the Trainer, Dating Safely. Dating Safely. We're going to get our trainers, our facilitators from across wherever you live, because it's going to be an online training. We need to build capacity in our people and our women to be able to know who they are, where they come from, and to do so. It's good to do. I was going to say that I often mention that I quit drinking in 1983. 1983. And shortly after I quit drinking, I moved out here to Vancouver. And it's so important for our people to have, and when I quit drinking, I came out here and they had sober dances, dry dances, every Friday and every Saturday night. And I went there and I built a network of community and who I'm connected to this day. So just thinking about how we need to have a sense of belonging, we need to have supports along the way wherever we are, and how important that is. And so the National Association I see as important in this process, and that they could be developing the curriculum that we need that will contain all those things that we need to bring our people up to the same level so that we all have the same information. I think about Michelle George, her talk this morning. She said something about paddling together. We talk about paddling together, but when you can't paddle together if you haven't had the training beforehand. So we need to have the training beforehand to train all of our people from young, from little wee, all the way up to the oldest of the old, because we haven't learned these things. I said, we never learned conflict resolution in residential school. It was never taught. We never learned dating safely. That was never taught. We never learned child abuse prevention. I used to volunteer with the Red Cross, and I used to go into high schools and share child abuse prevention, talk about emotional abuse, which is big, huge. And I want to mention about the communication, the unresolved conflicts, the lateral violence is really, really real. It's really real, and it's happening at all levels. We need to find a way to be able to work together, to be able to work through the conflicts, and to be able to come together in unity. Indigenous Women Rise. And I have a drum group, and that's one of the things I said when our drum group, that song is going to be our song, the unity song. And I don't know if we sung that today, but it would be nice to sing that closing out, because we need to be in unity. We need to be in unity. Government is so good at dividing and conquering our people, and we are following right along with them. We're dividing and conquering our people. We're just dividing, and that's not good. It's not good, because we need to lift everyone up. Everyone needs to be lifted up. Everyone. And so I see the role of the National Association as developing that curriculum, the training that we all need in order to move forward and to be able to provide that. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to say too. When I was running that other organization, and we had an AGM, I would have a board training, a free board training for anyone, any Indigenous woman who wanted that. And we got over 200 Indigenous women getting trained. So I think it's really important that we train our people on how to be a board member, what it means, and because we need Indigenous women on all boards, on all those boards that are out there that are managing or not managing our funding. So thank you for listening. Now go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Diana.
And I have some handouts about, we're doing a Cultivating Safe Space training on Saturday, this Saturday, for folks that are in Vancouver. And on Sunday, we're doing a Safe Talk training about suicide prevention. How do we help our people when they're suicidal? Ways to talk to them. So those, I have flyers I'll leave behind. Thank you, now and go.
Thank you, Diana. And next, we'll hear from Gina.
Thank you. Can everybody stand up, please? I just want to see if you're listening. You can sit down.
Gina is hired.
Kaswa'aun squatchichanithli ama kukchtitna, squaloch mukkan statlium. Hello, my name is Gina Edwards. I am from the Squaloch First Nation in Lillooet, BC. I am first a mother, I am a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm a niece, I'm a granddaughter, and lastly, I'm a wife. I carry my great-grandmother's Ukhumyuk name, which means hold the family together. I am the president of BC Native Women's Association. We are based out of Kamloops, BC. We are a provincial organization, so my mandate is the whole province of BC. I work for on reserve and off reserve. I do not have any boundaries with this position. I'm also the first vice president of Native Women's Association of Canada. So I also represent the whole country of Canada, this country that we call Canada. Some of you may know one of my children. His name is Darian Edwards. I bring him with me when I travel internationally to speak. And some people think that we're brother and sister. And I proudly say yes. I had him when I was 12, and he's like, no, shut up, Mom. So my son is connected to NWIC, so that's how and why I came to be here today. I just really want to acknowledge him, because if it was not for him, I would not be speaking in front of all you beautiful people. I am a social worker. I used to be a social worker. I have my bachelor's degree, my master's degree, and I'm working on a dual PhD with Newcastle University in Australia and Wilfrid Laurier in Kitchener, Ontario. And I just really want to talk to you about self-determination as an Indigenous woman who's in politics. We all know that the UNDRIP was presented in 2006 and twice in 2006, and then it didn't get adopted until 2007. And then in BC, it was adopted in 2013. So that tells you how the governments think of us, how they think of us as Indigenous people, Inuit people, and Métis people. We're still on the back burners of governments, provincially and federally. It's a sad truth, and it's a sad fact. And my grandfather, because of the white paper policy that Trudeau's dad was trying to pass in 1969, that's how the Native Brotherhood of Canada became. All the chiefs gathered together in Kamloops, BC in 1969, and that's how the National Brotherhood of Canada was formed, which we now know as the AFN. So my grandfather also traveled internationally speaking on Indigenous rights, our sovereignty. And in BC, we are on unceded territory. We did not relinquish our rights. We did not give up anything. So I always mention my grandfather because he told us he got to where he got because of the matriarchs in his family, because the matriarchs in his community, and the matriarchs in his nation. He followed his footsteps of his grandfathers, who also upheld the matriarchs. Women are the backbone of who we are as Indigenous people. Whether men like it or not, whether my husband likes it or not. So we are stronger together as Indigenous women, and even not as Indigenous women. We live in a multicultural society now in Canada, and yes, it's no fault of ours, but yes, when we build those partnerships and those collaborations with other races, we are stronger together. People, women in India, women in Africa, women in Haiti, women in Cuba, they face some of our own social challenges as we do in Canada as Indigenous women. And I really think that self-determination, as Natalie said, I'm really proud of Natalie. She's a well-spoken youth. For her, self-determination is acknowledging her name as an Indigenous woman. And that is one of the most powerful tools that we as Indigenous people can use and to have is to utilize our language. Our language is in our blood memory. Our blood memory connects us to the land. Our land is how we survived since time immemorial. All this colonization and assimilation started in the 1940s when the first settler arrived in North America. So we as Indigenous people have been fighting for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, but yet we're still here. We have our language, we have our songs, we have our culture, we have our values, we have our traditions, we have our own traditional medicines. And it's up to me, for my family, and those coming behind me, that I utilize what is inherently, rightfully mine, meaning my language, my Ukhumyuk language, my songs that I carry, and my voice. I was born into politics. I did not like politics. Indigenous politics sometimes is worse than provincial and federal politics because of that's what the governments want. They want us to fight amongst each other for the little bit that we get. So I stepped out of politics at my band level because I want to fight the bigger fight. I want to fight the provincial and the federal ministers for the whole nation, for the whole province. I don't want to fight my people for what little we get on reserves. And I will use my voice. I will use my language. I will use my songs to advance the women of this province, of this country, of my nation, in my family. And I think Vancouver is one of the largest urban centers in Canada. It has the most diverse demographic group of Indigenous women a block away. Why? Because the climate here is so, it's not as cold as it gets in Toronto or Edmonton or Calgary. So climate change and the climate also play a factor in why there's so many homeless people here in Vancouver. And I think, what if those women, like somebody at my table said earlier, had a home? What if those women had a place to shower? What if those women had the supports they needed to get off the drugs that they're doing? How much stronger would the Indigenous woman's voice be here just in Vancouver? It would rise astronomically. We would be more, it would send a stronger message to the provincial and to the federal governments. And I do pray, I pray every day that those women out there, that they find their way. Because my daughter is out there. My 23-year-old daughter is a block away. And I don't tell very many people, but that's where she is. She's been there for 6 years. I am, you guys are my first audience for speaking again. I put my voice away a year ago. My father passed away last year. So I had to, part of my culture was I stepped back. And I cannot hide anymore where my daughter is. Because I think, how many other daughters are out there? How many girls are out there who have moms who pray and who cry for them every day? And I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed at where she is, because I know that I love her and I know that the other mothers love her. But that's a reality for Indigenous women as mothers. It's a reality for the women who are on the streets out there. It's a reality for those who are out there who are addicted to or who are in the opioid crisis. So I think of them, and that's why I am in the leadership that I am provincially and nationally. So they have a voice. They are the grassroots women of this country. They are the ones who live in our social conditions every day. That's my self-determination as an Indigenous woman. And I don't want any more generations to go through what my parents went through. I'm the first in my generation. I'm the first generation on both sides of my family, my maternal and paternal family, not to go to residential school. So I went through some stuff as well, and I don't want that to happen to our children anymore. And I always I want to fight for the grassroots women, the grassroots organizations in this province. And I'll tell you a little bit about what NWAC has to offer for the women's organizations. You can come up to me after if you want more information. But we have this new project called the National Apprenticeship Program. And if your organization wants to collaborate with us, you will receive funding. This was a very poorly thought out project. I inherited this project coming in to this 2 years ago. But NWAC received $52 million to spend in 2 years. So we are really doing our best to help any women who want to learn a trade. And how poorly this was written was they don't consider culinary arts or hairdressing. Our youth here, she sits on the committee. So I'm here to help you guys. If you guys have, if I had my checkbook, I would be writing checks to you. But that's how BC Native Women's is here to help. And it's not only for women's organizations, it's for any Indigenous organization who could help women. And it's important that information like this be shared. In my band, I was not the most favorite politician because I'm too transparent. I don't keep secrets. I am who you see. I don't work in silos. And I'm here to help. So that helping is one of my self-determination tools as well. And I just thank you for this time. I thank you for this space. And it is important for BC Native Women's as well as Native Women's associations to build collaborations, to build partnerships with other Indigenous organizations. Because at the end of the day, we're all one race. We're the human race. And together we are better, and together we are stronger. And I just want to say Kuksjam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gina. And our last panelist to close out this discussion will be Mary.
Got 10 minutes.
Already spilling my secrets.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary DeRoche. My late husband was from Alberta. I come from a very small community on the west coast of Vancouver Island called DT Dot First Nation. I'm part of the Nunchanos Tribal Council, but our people migrated from the US during wars with other nations, and they got in canoes and they just saw land, so they landed. So I have family in Makah Nation, family in Port Renfrew, in Souk. So, and we're the 4 communities that have similar language. My cousin told me I'm no longer a survivor. I went to residential school for 7 years in Port Alberni. My maiden name is Edgar. I come from a hereditary chieftainship on my mom's side, and my dad always told me I come from a slave family. So on my dad's side, I come from a slave family. They were the ones that were poor and didn't have very much cultural-wise. And my grandmother used to say that she owned this many wolves, 40, and her husband only owned 1. So that's how we could tell how rich you were in our communities and how much you were up on that hierarchy. I don't have a very big education like these women here. I reached grade 11, but my learning has been through life experiences. And right now I work at 1 East Hastings. We're umbrellaed through Portland Hotel Society, and I work in a thing called Culture Saves Lives. We have open doors. We serve people that live on the street. I cook a lot and feed the people because I know that they need nourishment. I'm the mother of 6 children. I have 20 grandchildren and 1 great-grandson. And I'm raising 2 grandsons. And I believe here that culture is important. You plant that seed in the young ones' hearts. Because when they're in the mother's womb, they hear that heartbeat. And 1 grandson is 16. Right now he's in Montana because he travels a lot singing powwow and going to powwows and blessing people with his voice. And my other one's 11. He'll be here tomorrow to help the guys sing. And I'm very proud of them because culture is what keeps us alive. It's important. When I first went to residential school, I didn't know English. 1963, I never spoke English. Now that's all I can speak. I don't speak my language. I understand it, but I cannot speak it. My son, who's 44, is more fluent than I am. But they're the ones that are going to carry on. He's cultural. We're potlatch people where I come from. But I sing. When I was 17, I left home. And the first thing I heard when I come to Vancouver, and I lived on these streets for 6 years. I've been sober since December 1982. And the first thing I heard was the big drum when I was 17. And from then, that powwow drum has always called me. And I lived and worked in Mission, so I learned the Stalo songs. That's why I was singing with the men today, because, you know, where we live, there's all kinds of culture. And I think it's important that we honor them all. I don't know, there's Cree people here, there's probably Anishinaabe and Mohawk, you know, all kinds of nations from across Canada. But we all have the heartbeat, we all bleed red. And my cousin told me, again, I'm not a survivor. Anybody who went to residential school and has worked through all that pain and that hurt were called, what did he say now? I gotta think. He said that we're a success. We're no longer survivors, we're a success because we've made it through all that pain. And if you ever need someone, you know, a place to meet, a place to do something, or we have a big room in our building down there where we allow people to use for free. We let people have memorials, have a dinner with their family, and you know, as long as you clean up the space, it's available. And I love working down here because I know what it's like to sleep in them alleys, to sleep in them doorways, to sleep in the parks and try to keep warm. My brother was 14 and we ran away because our parents didn't know how to be parents to us. We were gone for so many years. And I started drinking fresh out of residential school at the age of 14. And I drank until 1982. I did not want to lose my children to the system. And the social workers gave me 2 weeks to prove to them that I could change my life. So I did. And it was mind over matter. And just like this lady here from, what's your name? Gina. Just like Gina, I have children on the streets. 3 of them, my 3 youngest ones. And it's hard to watch them. But all I can do is love them. They all have children. But their children still love them no matter what. And I know they suffered as children too. Somebody hurt them the way that I was hurt. They were sexually abused. They were beaten by somebody else. But that's the path they choose to bury their pain. And we can't force them to do anything. We can't force them to go to treatment. We can't force them to get help. We can't do anything like that. It's up to them. And all we can do is pray for them and love them. So they come to my house once in a while, and I don't close the door on them because they're important to me. And I'm glad my friend was here. I don't know where she went now. She said, I'm supposed to be on a panel. And she said, I think you're better at it. So I got thrown in that seat. But I'm thankful to be here. I just ran away from work to find out what was going on up here. But thank you for listening. And remember that we all have a heartbeat and we all bleed red. And we are stronger together. Kliko, kliko.
Thank you so much, Mary, and thank you to all of the panelists for speaking so openly and sharing your stories. It's going to be hard for me to summarize highlights because it was all pretty much a highlight for me there. But I think some of the things that really stood out that are important here are really grounding in the power of culture and language. That is one of the greatest defining characteristics as Indigenous people that we can lean on. And hearing Natalie speak about intersectionality and the importance of that, understanding when we talk about things like identity, like gender expression, like water, like land, Indigenous languages do not have one word like English does. We have hundreds across our nations because the connection that we hold is inherent. It cannot be disconnected by language. It cannot be separated when it runs, as these women have reminded us, through our veins and our blood. We've talked about the need to create power for individual movement. How do we do that? By ensuring that we're lifting those up and that no woman is left behind. That needs training, that needs support, that needs cultural safety. We also need to start advocating for and ensuring that women are in leadership positions, and we need them to be going into leadership positions where they are set up not just to succeed, but to thrive. That means we need culturally safe organizations, we need culturally safe spaces where they can develop those leadership skills, where they can grow that capacity, and where they can step into these roles to take this power, this momentum, this unity that we can come together as women and do something greater. I think with that, what I would like to do is invite Jessica, who's right behind me, to thank our panelists. And if we can just have one round of applause for the panelists, thank you so much. So we've moved things around a little bit to be responsive to how the afternoon has been going. So what I'd like to do is just close up a couple of our housekeeping items here before we move into that back room. So we're going to go back and have another breakout session with some facilitated dialogue again. We would encourage you this time, if you can, switch tables. There's folks that said, there's people here I want to meet. Now is a great opportunity to do that. So if you can mix up a little bit, before you head there, there's two important things. The first thing is about a display that is in that area with historical documents. 2 of those historical documents have walked away with someone. Those are here for viewing only, and if you have taken that to read through, please do return it so that it can be where it needs to be kept appropriately. I'm not sure what they are. There were 2 documents on the round table in that area, a number of things out on display. It may have been someone picked it up to read it, but I was asked to just remind folks that those are not to be taken out.
I think the documents, if I recall properly, reference the Native Council of Canada. I don't take the document right there because there is no more Native Council of Canada. So it's a couple of historical documents from the constitutional era. And they were out for display. Sorry, our fault was we didn't sign the table, signage properly. So you might have mistook it. But they are, in a sense, irreplaceable documents because it's a historical area, there's not much archives. So if you have that, take a look at the documents you've taken and see if it's that. If there's any doubt, then again, return to one of us organizers. Because just a quick note on this is that one of the issues that urban communities face is that the historical archive is shattered, it's broken, it's dislocated. The critical documents that form the history of urban politics are in people's basements and cardboard boxes and file boxes. It's a very disjointed archive. And so one of the projects that we hope to undertake at some point is to create a better historical record, an archive of the urban. And those documents are part of it. So if we have those, please get it back to us.
So maybe what you can do, everybody here got an email to be here. So maybe just put that on the email thread that those documents are missing, and maybe somebody's not even here. Maybe took them. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. So we will do that. We will send an email reminder out. The second piece, which a few folks have asked about, is the reference on the agenda to the social event. So it is optional. If anyone would like to participate, there will be a room or tables held at the Blarney Stone on Carroll Street, just to gather if anyone wants to share a meal, to have some conversation after the session. So with that, I'll invite you all to join us back in the breakout rooms.
At what time are we scheduled to end?
3:30. 4:30.
Confusion is the movement that is doing my head. Am I insane? It's been so long, the time is stalled, and I'm in your head. But I'm about to lose myself. And I don't know what to say, and I don't know what to do. I didn't plan on thinking about you. You're messing with my brain, and I know I just wanna walk away, but you're making me stay. So just tell me what you want. Thank you.